Welcome back to Ground of Aces. My name is Ty, and we are here at RAF Shepington. I said I was going to have a bit of a break, and I did, about 24 hours worth. And I had to jump back in, and there is a reason for that. Today there was an update which added a new aircraft, a Boeing B-17. And this one apparently is a coastal patrol aircraft. It's got a search radar in the nose. It's decked out in the RAF livery, and it has 10 crewmen. So we want one. Now, I reverted my save to just before we bought the Meteor, because the Meteor's sound effects are broken, or just a placeholder, and they still sound like a prop aircraft, so I figured I'll revert to before I bought that so the points don't go to a waste. And instead I hired a bunch of new crew, and we now have 6 Spitfires. I also sent away the Gloucester Gladiators just so we had some room, and I shuffled around the pilots a bit so that we kept the aces and sent away the newbies. G'day Clips. Yeah, that's what they were going for, that French cartoon style. And a week has passed since the end of the stream. And I haven't done anything except plan. Mainly aesthetics. We finished off the graveyard. It might be a bit of an omen to have built a graveyard before we have casualties, but we are in a war, so it's best to be prepared. And that way we can honour any fallen that we might have. We added a bit more perimeter fence. It still all needs to be built. And a little guard post here, just for aesthetics. Someone might come out here and sit at the desk, we'd never know. We have a new receiving bay for all of our shipments that will come in. And I decided to use some of the empty plots here that we have in the garden to store seeds. So I built little seed huts. And this area will now become backup food storage because we are just brimming with food. We have 6 cook stations now. They make up to 300 food a day. We have a place for all our pilots to hang out in the garden. And really, we're just trying to improve the quality of life here. I haven't actually looked at the patch notes, so I don't know what was fixed or changed. I just saw that they added another aircraft, so I wanted to jump in and have a look at it. We've got a parking space being built. The limitation here is we planned our airfield around large aircraft only being tier 4, but this large aircraft is a tier 5, so the parking spot will need to be close to our only tier 5 airstrip. Unfortunately, these can't be upgraded to tier 5 because they need to be widened. And if we widen them, I don't think, yeah. If we widen this airstrip, it will hang off the cliff. And this one we would need to drastically replan. So we are kind of locked in with 2 tier 4 airstrips here. But I figured if we got more than one B-17 in, we could build just a taxiway here for any that are parked up here to make their way to the tier 5 airstrip. I accidentally knocked down the roofs of these hangars when I was trying to adjust the size. So the guys are slowly constructing them again. We are at the end of the week, so we're due to call in our next shipment. There was an attack this week, but it didn't do anything, so you didn't miss much. But I will say that it was a very large attack, and the amount of aircraft filled up the bar about this high. But they came in this way and got murdered. And so we're due to call in another shipment in a few hours' time. Everyone's going to bed for the week, and we can start. Start time once again. I try to play as little as possible off screen, and it's mainly just to plan. so I have some direction for what we're going to do during the stream. We have a shortage of sandbags, and I'm really concerned that we won't ever find sand again, because I have a feeling the deposits are finite. And these are like the last two remaining ones on the map that I can find. That concerns me, because we need sand to make concrete. Right, the week has ended, and I'd pre-planned the shipment. We want another gun, a searchlight, and a bunch of steel. I've also put up signposts everywhere, so these wooden boards here will contain a signpost, which will have a message for everybody. Horseplay with weapons, things like that. I've also put them around the barracks now that we have intel being generated every day. And these just buff up the confidence, depending on the job they're doing at the time. So we've got a couple of poster boards here that will increase the effectiveness or the confidence of those bringing resources and stockpiling things. And we have planned out the rest of the enlisted men's barracks. But we have, being a level A or Group A airbase, we have quite a burden of missions to fulfill every week. At least 10 of them have to be fulfilled. And we don't quite have enough heavy bombing power. So we had 2 back-to-back bombing missions last week. And the Lancaster was out doing that. We sent out this aircraft here. I can't remember what it's called. The Flamingo. And it failed the mission and almost got shot down. It was down to here. So we have to repair it up before it goes out again. But we will now fast forward through their rest period. First mission of the week coming in bright and early. A clear sky recon mission. We have the perfect scout aircraft. We might send the Beaufighter with them just for backup. Basically, I know, right? I said I wasn't going to. I resisted the urge for 24 hours. We'll do something about that truck driving on the grass. Okay, so we had a Bofors left over from last week, which I didn't construct. So that's a full battery of AA defenses. And we kind of have one weakness, and it's from this direction now. If any Germans come over this way, they could potentially bomb the airstrip. So we had planned out, and this is the plot for another storage room, and the new AA guns will go behind it. Put the first one down. want the searchlight in the center. Thanks for the sub, Henry. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. In an effort to try and get the aircraft to use this strip, I'm going to put a dividing wall inside the hangar, just a small one, to stop the aircraft and not the men. We're also working on a tarmac taxiway here. We have an absolute hive of activity in the garden room. Call it a room. I tried to put a roof on it. Doesn't work. Just to see if we could have some indoor gardening happening. I have also set the pilots to assist with gardening and harvesting. In the last stream it was just gardening, but the pilots were standing around the majority of the day after the huge surge of activity in the morning. And I found that this has really helped a lot because they're just picking stuff up for us and moving it around. And that's the biggest problem. As our base expands, it's taking a long time to work on the other side of the base. With the house here, it's just corner walls, so I was hoping that it might still be treated as an outdoor area. But if it affects the shipments at all, I'll just knock the building down and just keep the roadblocks there. And our supplies are looking pretty good too. The only real shortage I have are in these base materials of clay and sand. I've also sent some dudes out to collect grain seeds because I basically neglected and we've just been harvesting food. But this series has been a lot more successful than I expected it to be, so I'd just like to thank you all for watching. Partially what motivated me to play more too. I just put it down to fatigue last time. The last stream was pretty long. The Clear Sky Recon mission was a success, easily beating the target. We don't need these beds yet, but we have a few enlisted sleeping in the new pilot's barracks. And when we bring in these bigger aircraft, we're going to need this space. I had thought about building another complex here, another barracks, perhaps with a kitchen, so that this crew on this side of the base, they can service aircraft, they'll have a cook possibly, and we can bring food across to all the surplus food over here to cater this side of the base. Because I'd prefer not to have a conga line of dudes bringing meals over the airstrip every day. Those are longer term plans. We had a request too to try and bring in some other aircraft, namely the Hurricane. Beaufighter is back. Please park correctly. So there was one thing we noticed is the planes stop for men. The men don't stop for planes. We have another mission already, factory bombing run. Now these are the harder missions for our airbase, despite having a lank. %, and I will send the other Beaufighter. Now, if we get another bombing mission while these guys are out, that is where the issue lie. Yay, we're using the taxiway. Oh my goodness. We're still clipping through the hangar, but that's just a game issue. Because this space here is as wide as a hangar, so... Mind you, I planned all this before I saw exactly how big the aircraft were too. Welcome, Max. Everyone's favorite airbase, RAF Shepparton. And we're focused on being presentable for base inspection. Stockpile is looking fantastic, but I think we might soon drain that with all the paths we have planned. So today they'll be focusing mainly on harvesting clay, sand, grain. So dudes will be everywhere. With the schedule as well, we've made it so that they're always at home having something to eat in the early evening so that everyone's in the same zone when an airstrike comes in. And we haven't seen a day strike that I can remember. Because when the airstrike comes in and they're all scattered everywhere, if you're working late into the night, then it's bad. We haven't had a casualty, but I just see that being a recipe for disaster. So far the Germans have only really tried to strafe our food and our barracks. It looks like we used this runway. And this one. Good. We tried for the whole stream to try and get an aircraft to go off one of these runways. Well, it says there's going to be another faction. I dare say it will be Germany, because, you know, all the aircraft models are already in the game, or a good portion of them are. But yeah, but I would love to see the US, I would love to see Japan, I'd love to see it in the Pacific Theater. I mean, even if functionally it's only just a reskin and a biome change, it's still, thematically it'd be fun to build up your own nation's air bases. Building up Henderson Field or something like that. Getting shelled by the Japanese at night. The day's over. I've been pretty generous with the schedule as well. So they have 3 hours in the evening. That was to make sure they're all at home. They have a quick bite to eat in the morning. We're not dallying around too long. And slowly over time we are creating enough camouflage and tarpaulins to make these decorative rugs. But that's by no means a priority. Check these sand deposits. Yeah, they're running low. I don't see them regenerating. We've got some here too. I should get those collected. Yeah, for the Japanese, that's exactly right. And yeah, obviously, the possibilities for aircraft are endless. I mean, you could even have other eras like Korean War and stuff like that. Building up a MiG base. Or building up an airbase of B-52s. Some A-10s. It's like, it's really getting the mind rolling. I'd also, like we mentioned in the last stream, I would like to see an expansion on, or we know it's going to happen eventually, but an expansion of the base functionalities, you know, setting watch, setting fire crew, you know, having roaming patrols, dogs, yeah, defense guards, stuff like that. It's really cool idea. These are all just speculations. I don't know anything for certain. All right, Monday's over. Good job, guys. Our mood is always pretty high unless we fail a mission. To set up an artillery base in World War One. Just have the guns pounding all night. Oh, I nearly... See, I'm talking too much now, and we nearly missed a mission. Quick, get in it. Oh, damn it. We missed it. Oh, man. That's alright. Let's have a look. It's probably for the best because I only sent one aircraft and the chances were less than 70%. Yeah. Yes. Vietnam base would be cool. Have F4s taken off. This is by far still the favourite barracks. But we didn't quite make enough food today. So we might need another chef. Keep an eye on that today. Yeah, we got the old brain thinking and not concentrating on the alerts from HQ. These guys' confidence aren't very high for whatever reason. Oh, these might be the new crew that I brought in. And just for the week. Oh no, we'll do it. It's fine. They must be the bomber crew that just came back. Having some burlesque in the barracks. I mean, no one's going hungry. We just didn't have enough hot meals prepared yesterday. The order is for 300 meals a day. And they usually make that, so we'll keep an eye on it at the end of the day. I have shortened the workday by an hour, so that might have affected it. We have quite the staff. We've got 32 aircrew, 6 cooks, 10 mechanics, 19 engineers, a medic, Dr. Death. His only job is to bury people. And in other times, he just helps around the base. We have 25 laborers. Yeah, like we're sending aircraft out to get cakes all the time. A few slabs of beer or a bottle of rum or two wouldn't go astray. Spent a lot of time moving the harvest around today. We're definitely producing more than we need, but that will give us ample room for expansion. We have a few squares here that I could fill in as well if we really need to increase production. The ones we have are optimized for these items around them. And rather than putting a building floor, I put a hangar floor just to try and cheese that inside-outside thing so that we still get items dropped off. I should probably prioritize those artillery, anti-aircraft. Got a few pilots doing nothing. They should rest. These guys running back can help. It's very painful to try and do that though. Micro them one by one. You. So those quality of life features will be much appreciated. Like at this scale. I haven't paid much attention to what other guys are building in terms of size. Got nowhere for the food to go. This is carrying it around. Where are we going to put these? So many wasted man hours carrying carrots around. Might turn one of the fields off. Like, this is making 400 food. We don't need that much, I don't think. Potatoes, very lucrative for food. Speaking of food missions, here's the birthday cake mission. Let's send. It's a very good utility aircraft. G'day, Mark. Hope you're enjoying the change of pace to your life. Canning, I max out at 300 cans. So we've got two desks doing that. I think my shortage here is water. Because, yeah, the requirements for water are quite high. And that's what they're working on now by the look of it. Yep, pumping away. Yeah, meals aren't going up because they're, I think, loading up the kitchen. I guess because we don't really need a meal order. What we just need to do is repeat cooking all the time. 10 meals all the time. So the resource demand is lower to start the activity. We're going to need to do it every day, so they'll just cook from start till finish. We had this issue in one of the streams with the cement mixers, and it was because my order was too high. Not that one, we want that one, repeat. That should be much easier to manage. Yeah, the B-17 has been added. Oh, look at the line of food just being stacked up out here. They're like, oh well, there's nowhere for it to go, chuck it in the rubbish. There's a little water here too. It's got to be a bug. Surely that men didn't drop all that there. Look at all there's resources everywhere. We're overflowing. What? We've got 1,800 food. Jeez. Alright, calm down with the crops. I think we thought we were worried about running out of food. Let's stop that one too. Because I don't have a direct way of seeing my input and output, it's hard to balance exactly what you need when you need it. So it's like a pendulum, you go a little bit too far. Like we've got 900 cement because I was like, oh no, I'm going to run out of cement. And now we've just got too much. There you have it. Water galore. I don't know what... We must have had a crop of potatoes come off. I could put another radio in here actually, just so that we're making intel a little bit faster. It's not essential, but I have the order for heaps of posters to go up. So when you load the game, it seems to disconnect them from the wall. That's another bug. I made sure to place them correctly. Yeah, the pilots are just, they just absolutely cranked up the production of our food. They're very, very good gardeners. Thank you for that tip the other night. We got a little historical tip that pilots liked to garden as a way to prop up the food supply and take some pressure off mentally. And we've got cake on the way. A calm supply drop. 20 to 70. Let's send our Blenheim. because it's got attack power. And I'll send the Flamingo as well. Wait, did we fix it? There's no chance of damage for this mission, so in theory, there's a 10% risk. Al Blenheim, where are you parked up? Here. So let's see where this one takes off from. Oh, the wall's not there yet to divide the runways. That's on the list of things to do. The aircraft are gone. Production of tarps is happening, but it's being shared with the carpet we're building and the new beds in the barracks. So that's why these tents haven't gone up yet. Here comes the horde. I'm going to stop cement production as well. We don't need any, just in the meantime. I need to save that sand for sandbags. Where are we grabbing meals from? They decided to have rations today because we made no hot meals. But their mealtime is cutting into work time because they came down here instead of having it set up outside their rooms, which it normally is. But hopefully the chefs should just work all day now. They can just source their own requirements. Before we were asking them to give 100 water before they started cooking 1,000 meals. So, yeah, you got to scale it. It's a lot to ask a chef to cook 1,000 meals. He's like, you want 1,000 meals? Well, I want to see the ingredients first. I'm not even planning that until I see them. We found a little cheat here where you can build double walls if you use elevation, so I like that. Shields the cook hut from bombs. A light fighter interception. Do we want to send a friend? Let's just send Hugh Fitzgerald in his Spitfire. We really need to... I guess that will just rot away. We don't need it. We just go in the compost over here. So we've stripped back 2 plots here and see if that will slow down this surplus of food. It would be good if you could send it off to trade with the local villagers. Or send it back to HQ as food rations to distribute amongst the other bases. That might be on the roadmap, I don't know. A lot of moonwalking going on. We did figure out that when they're doing this, they're still completing the job. It might not be as fast, like this wall here is building, see? But the guy is just stuck somewhere. That might be him there. Trying to stop that truck going shooting down the footpath. Because every week when the supply drop comes, he just comes barreling down past the barracks. This guy's digging the runway. He's going to get chopped up. They brought like two pieces and gave up. I'm not too concerned about those guns being built this week. Like, we've got a pretty good defense. On the off chance it comes this way, we might be in trouble, but that's a risk we're taking. Looks like our other aircraft are back. We missed a spot. I would love to do a grand tour of all the museums in America, the UK, Germany, all of them. I'd love to do it. Flamingo is back. It's on the bucket list. Trying to squeeze into his undersized hangar. These smaller ones, I made the hangar 1 square bigger than the parking spot, and I really should have done that for these as well. Got dividing wall to build. Let's turn the roof off. There we go. Dividing wall's there. And the 2 are still planned. Okay. We'll have to keep an ear out for Churchill's speech because it sounds like the 10th level of hell in this barracks here when all the radios are on. We are making meals. They're finally coming out of the kitchen. We've got 250 almost. It's a good sign. Stacking up outside all the barracks. We set up zones here for this barracks on either side as well. It's a bit tight, but that's what a shared barracks mess hall is. Training facility bombing. 20 to 60. Let's send. The Hampton hasn't been out in a while. And we'll send a Beaufighter. We'll use them as the heavy escort. %. Pretty confident that will be successful. For our metal workbenches, successful intercept. For our workbenches here, I've got them building 500 mainly. And making sure to keep up the machinery. The machinery is needed to make electronic parts and repair kits. What's happening out here? We're going to get the sand. Yep. Is our Hampton leaving? Has it left? On an odd occasion, there'll be a mission that makes the game stutter. I don't know why. And it'll just stutter until that mission gets back. It might be something to do with pathfinding, I'm not sure. How do we go for meals? Got about nearly 300. We have a second mission. A dangerous recon mission. Send the recon plane and an escort. Want to bring in a hurricane as well. Someone requested a hurricane. So let's bring one in. It doesn't have the best stats, but we're just going to do it. There's always some fool digging holes in the runway. Oh man, that food total. There's so much just sitting out there to rot. Aircraft's gone, we can skip the night. Seems like the game is only able to assign a few tasks at a time, even you speed the game up. So these guys just stayed up all night. Nope, no sleep for you. You're caught in a time loop, sorry. G'day, Smokey. Welcome to the stream, mate. The Spitfire has parked in the wrong position. Now, I'm pretty sure that you can just assign them a new spot, and then the pilot will come and park it, and that's how you get them off the runway. Let's get some more. Easily achieving that mission. I need some hands making stuff on the Taylor station. They were choosing to make camouflage first, but we can't make camouflage without tarps. Repair kits are still looking good. Okay, now that Spitfire will just get him to be parked back in his proper spot. The Hurricane has arrived. Like I said, because it's a tier 1 aircraft, its stats aren't the greatest. Easily outclassed by the Spitfire in every metric, except maybe cargo. Yeah. So we might just use this as an escort on a mission that we need a little bit of extra fighting power. Maybe a pilot mission. Might even park the Hurricane out in the weather for now. Beaufighters have proven to be a great aircraft. They have pretty good stats, but they require a size 2, so that's the trade-off. Alright, looks like we're building a roof today. So the receiving bay is almost finished. And I like this one because it's the enemies are watching you, so it buffs using the pilot's planning board, but it looks good, so I'm going to put it everywhere. We cannot be complacent. We need to see the one that's loose lips sink ships. It'd be cool if they add a way for you to add your own. Just for decoration. Right, troop transport. Make it a sure thing. It's off to take off. To date, we've only lost one aircraft, and that was the Bolt and Paul Defiant. It went off on a mission, did not return, unfortunately. So technically, we have had a casualty, I guess. Just not on the base. Be like dad, keep mum. Yep. One, two, three, four, five, 6 missions to go. G'day, Baron. Welcome, mate. So they go overboard with the fires. Keep the spirit burning. Might get rid of these ones, actually. They don't need to be there. We need another cook. Let's see if there's one available. Make him a cook. Because we have one working here on the canning station. That leaves one empty. It just puts it around it, as far as I'm aware. If I really need to, I can just harvest these and put them in military stuff in here, I guess. And then they would still build it. How's the sand? Is it going away? They have a test Concord. We have no issues with fuel at the moment. We just, every week, we just empty these out. The fuel fairy fills them up. Yeah. All right. Do you want a base tour, Baron? The future guard post. We have the radio station and safety bunker everyone runs to during an airbase. We have the production facility for cement and bricks. And water pumps here to fuel our industry. The storeroom. In this room we make camouflage and tarpaulins. Electronics workbenches. We can all the food that we're producing. We have metal workbenches and carpentry benches. Our farm. The kitchen. Backup food production storage facility, which needs a door. So lucky we did a base tour. We've got the fertilizer creator. The pilot's barracks. The enlisted men's barracks. Storeroom. Our hangars for the Spitfire wing. We have 6 of those. These are for our utility aircraft. Larger aircraft like the Beaufighters. And our bombers, which are currently out on a mission. We've got a mission here for the Lancaster. Let's get it ready. See, look at the requirement for this one. 160 points. So we need a couple of Lancasters. The Lancaster has a better bombing score than the B-17 because the B-17 is suited for a different role. Sub-hunting and such. So in terms of bombing power, we don't actually have a lot. We might have to wait. Potentially could all get shot down. We might wait until one of our aircraft return. If it hasn't returned within 3 hours, we'll just send a mission. Yeah, there's a lot going on. It's easier to take in when you build it yourself, though, of course. If I come back to this save in a year's time, I would have forgotten what everything does, I think. It's lucky we sent some fighting power, because we got attacked. Anti-air guns. Can you get back in time? Oh no, we're under attack. Head to the shelters. At least everybody's close by. Thanks, man. It's been a lot of fun to build. Here comes the Flamingo. Just in time for us to get strafed on the runway. This mission just got back. We didn't send the other mission yet. We have to send it. Send a Hurricane and a Spitfire too. This will be a very large mission. These pilots will just be getting out of their aircraft when the strike happens. Ooh, it's a very large attack. Please don't come from this end. Oh shit, it is. Oh shit, there's a lot of bombers. They're gonna blow up out. Fuck no. No! Oh jeez. There's our fuel depot in the center of the base. Dive bombers coming over the top. Dude, you don't know how lucky you were. Well, I kind of jinxed myself, didn't I? I said, well, no, don't have to worry about this too much. Well, the aircraft managed to make it into the hangar somehow after their dance on the runway. The mating dance. Well, the barracks took a beating, and we lost a section of the roof. But we'll have to clean it up tomorrow. Old mate here doesn't care, he's sleeping on the rubble. All is quiet after the chaos. Are we going to get this bombing run underway? Hurricane's going on its first mission. I would assume so, but we don't know for certain. I don't really want to find out because I did make this out of wood and it is full of fuel. There's a lot of water in here too, so that might counteract the explosion. The Germans certainly want to bomb this barracks. It's taken a blow a few times now. And I've just been replacing damaged walls with brick. We have to pull it down first. Let's prioritize the roof. Yeah, the airbase got ammo racked. I guess that's why they did target the squishy parts in real life. You either wanted to destroy the enemy's ability to launch aircraft by destroying the surface of the runway, or their ability to launch aircraft because they've got no fuel. Preferably both. Ground support required. The Beaufighter crew are low on energy. They need a rest. We'll send a Spitfire. Yeah, true. It's the original building, so that's the one the Germans know about. Slowly putting the signs up. Watch your step. Explosive building ahead. Yeah, the painful thing about these gun emplacements we want built is I have to select a guy, then tell him to bring resources for it, and then scroll over there and find another guy that's not doing something important, like repair his aircraft. You're definitely not doing anything important. I know what I could do. No, that won't work. Sifting through the rubble. It's because there's a gap here between the buildings. Like, if they drop the bomb on the roof, it doesn't seem to do much damage, if any. I mean, that one blew the roof off, so I guess. But being a wooden building, if it somehow landed in there, it does more damage. Maybe I should build a roof over the roof. Looks like a couple of beds need to be replaced. A bookshelf. A poster. Oh no, the propaganda poster got blown up. That one was all about unity. And we're never going to use all that food. Let's abort that crop too. It's just everywhere. We were so worried at the end of the stream about food, and now the cooks are overflowing. We need to assign that new cook, actually. Thomas Kane is the Doctor Death, but this guy's the new one, so you can be a cook.
Roger that, sir.
Yeah, have a turtleback roof. That's what I wanted to do here, because it's two-stepped wall. I wanted to put a larger roof, but there's nowhere else with high elevation, so I couldn't cheese that. I saw some people have been building their hangars out of, like building small hangars as well, for their smaller sized aircraft out of wooden structures. It's a clever idea. Much cheaper than a steel hangar. I mean, if your airbase is on a budget, I guess you can build your hangars out of wood. But here at RAF Shepington, we are all steel. We do need hangar doors, though. There aren't many options for decoration either. I'd love a humongous statue of Churchill or something like that. Just gigantic one with a cigar in his mouth. As we here are on the beach. The audio is cutting out. Is that my voice that's cutting out, or the game audio? The stream health is good. The audio is all up. I don't have the best setup, so I have trouble monitoring how the stream sounds and looks. Whoa, here she comes. A little bit too wide for the runway. See, I tried to clip the hangars back a bit, and I deleted the roof, so I decided not to worry too much about it. Oh yeah? Choose the path of least resistance, I guess. Despite the anti-air troops, we managed to defeat them. Got a rainy recon mission. Lysander, you're up again? Despite being a bit low on energy. That's your mission. That's good. I turned it up a little bit. As for dropping out, I'm not sure. Sorry. The roof is fixed. We just have to fix the rest of the damage. We most certainly need a reward for shooting down an entire wing of attacking aircraft, though. It's just like one victory point if you get them all or something like that. It sucks to have your base bombed and then, you know, not much in the way of retaliation or reward. Second mission, a rescue mission. This guy's tired. We'll send out a fresh Spitfire. Three more missions for the week. So all the work in the entrance area is finished. And they're working on the rest of the road and a guard post. Not sure what I'm going to do with this, but I was thinking of having another road up here, just for looks or for when we get vehicles eventually. That could potentially bring supplies up here. Yes, planks from HQ might be a good idea. I think I might just stick with one gun and one searchlight for the next order as well. It's leisure time. Go and find your meals. Meals are looking good at 3:30. We also need to rebuild the desk. This Spitfire's taken a bit of damage. There's a repair part there we could use to fix it. So we will buy the B-17 as soon as possible. The devs are having a competition at the moment where you have to buy the B-17 and then make it look fancy in its surroundings. We could try to do that. They said that cheats were available to do it with, and I was like, cheats? And saw that in the menu here, there is a hotkey for cheats. And it lets you like change, it's like dev tools basically, it lets you change day and all that sort of stuff. Oh no, I just clicked go to main menu. Well, that was a noob thing to do. I've got autosave to 20 minutes too, so I hope it was recent. Hope it was after the attack. That's what I get for talking about cheating. All my repair parts are stored in the warehouses next to the hangar, so they're only a few steps away. They're made in the main warehouse, in the main facility, but then they're transferred to the warehouses next to the hangars. That's the purpose of that fuel, those fuel hangars, is to store fuel. Yeah. These ones here, we store repair parts. Oh no. It's Thursday. So that means that we still might suffer an attack. Yeah, so these buildings here are for storage of repair parts and fuel, so that they're very close to the aircraft. This is mainly for construction and base supplies. And when we make them, they're stored here. Then eventually they get transferred over to the main. We don't really have a huge stock of them, so I should probably increase output. Oh no, so we haven't made this, which means that, damn it, we're going to get airstriked again. I just punished myself for talking about cheats. I should never have gone into the menu. Yeah, anyway, that competition is you can win a cap or a shirt if you make the best layout for your B-17. Ours won't be super fancy, and there isn't really much in the way of aesthetics that you can put down. You've got to get creative with it. That's kind of why I tried to make excuse me. Why I tried to make the rest of the base look good. Just practicing with what we can do. We've gone back in time a few days. That is upsetting. I wonder if it will still attack from this direction. So we lost about 15 minutes worth of playtime. Sorry, guys. Welcome to the stream, everyone. See the numbers starting to pick up a bit. For those that are just joining us, our goal today here at RAF Shepparton is to build or acquire a Boeing B-17 outfitted for coastal defense and patrol, interdiction, sub-hunting, recon. So it's not as good at bombing-wise as our Lancaster, but it's still a pretty interesting aircraft. It's got great stealthiness, apparently. And I think a coastal airbase is the perfect place to have some B-17s stationed. Yes, it's just tedious. I have to find guys one at a time, and then they bring one supply and then change job. Because I like giving huge amounts of orders to my dudes. Just waylay everyone that's on their way to do something else in the nearby vicinity. The Hurricane is going in an outside plot. I think I'm pushing the limits of the engine. Got until Friday night if the timeline stays as it was before. And it's not like you can pre-stage the materials for these. Because although you can break these crates down for that military construction, if you do that, you lose the ability to place the item. So that happened to me, and now I've got, 38 military parts in here that I don't know what to do with. Maybe you could just directly pick it up. Yep, you've got it. Now bring it over. This is tedious too. Bring it over there. You. Can you manage that? Or are you freaking out over that? Light bomber interception. We have to hurry for this one. Send out a spit. G'day, Cactus. Welcome back, mate. Although we talk all the time, welcome. Keep bringing stuff for this gun. We have a second chance to stop the barracks from being blown up. It's just a matter of picking them one by one. Thanks, mate. I'd be lying if I said we didn't put much time into it. We've got a pair of bow fighters. Let's change that. There we go. I'd be happy to let your wife know. You have the best ideas, totally valid points of view, and are mostly always right. Exactly what every wife wants to hear. Not. But yeah, on the stream you have most certainly had good ideas all the time. Verified fact. Wow, the radio's happening. Oh, we missed it. Oh no, it's the military radio. It's about the only thing I've got going for me. Walking on thin ice. I is. Bring resources. Ignore all other orders. Anyone on the runway is being diverted. Halfway there. But today's about to end.
I'm on my way. You can count on me. Roger that, sir.
We shot down the bomber. Come on, guys, get it built for me. I can't tell you how I know, but I know that something's going to come over the horizon. My grandfather was an avid snooker player. And I honestly didn't know what pool was until I moved to the state I live in. You could say I come from the most British of all the states in Australia. Yeah, and don't let her go to bed angry with you. That was something I got told on my wedding night. Although I fail at that miserably. We need to get that gun built tomorrow, guys. Or was it Thursday that the attack happened? And I think we need to bring in that extra cook. We need a total of 7 cooks. Yes. We spent 1 point on a cook. Yeah, that's it. Stay up all night fighting. That's much better for your relationship. Dude, he dodged the wall I put up and still drove down. Cook. And then you have to try and go to work and act like nothing's wrong. Smile and stuff. Your colleagues think you've been out all night, but you've actually just been at home. Alright, let's get them into bed. Oh, it's Thursday. No! Oh well. Let's see if we have a repeat of history. We do not want everyone in this room if that's the case. Come on guys, move it, move it, move it. It worries me when they moonwalk during an air raid. Yes. Forgiveness. But it always goes in the memory bank. Alright, here comes the attack. Is it going to come from this direction again? Here. Oh no, through this other direction. No. Okay, so this gun isn't finished. It's one part away from being finished. I honestly thought that was finished, so I need to fix that. Well, we actually did better because they came from a different direction. It looks like this wall took some damage. Dive bomber. But that's barely anything compared to the hole in the barracks last time. Yeah, they dive a little bit too low. They're like, screw it, we'll just go through the building. Everyone's late to bed tonight. We'll have them sleep in an extra hour today. It technically was only 3, but yeah, I was surprised they penetrated that deep. Yeah, they're not even getting... Late to bed. Large troop transport. Let's send the Hampton, Beaufighter, and the Hurricane for backup. Come get your meals. Let's get this one over here built too. Not too bad. Yeah, basically. And even then, if we look at the Gladiator, it's got very good maneuverability. Recon is okay. We look at the Hurricane, you know, it's not much difference. Slightly higher attack. The best thing about the Gladiator is you can just spam them. We can bring 3 in. This aircraft needs to go back over here. Two more required to build it. How's this one going? Did they finish it? Looks like it. Let's get someone to build it. And then I want them to start building the spotlight. Check that we're making tarps. Yeah, I've got to change that. Yeah, a couple of more canning stations wouldn't go astray. Can we put... Oh yeah, the room's too small to fit them all in there. They need a space to stand in. These really don't have a use. Luxury goods can be made a couple of ways. I might dismantle one. Just for now. Oh, that's silly. When you try and dismantle something inside another building, it tries to take the roof off. Which is annoying. I don't want to destroy the wall, I want to destroy the thing. Let's just move it. Can't even do that. It needs to be indoors too. That's painful. Alright, we're just going to repurpose this room. We're actually using the poop as fertilizer. They don't use the toilets, so I didn't really focus on it, but I'm assuming that will be a thing. I'll load in one day and just have this humongous hygiene problem to solve. Yeah, to satisfy those, we could have like thrones up here on a higher level. So the officers' toilets and the enlisted. So we just doubled our fertilizer output. YouTube was like, I don't know who you are, mate. Go away. You are most definitely not a human. Ready to build. Come on, guys. We have a factory bombing mission to send out too. A Lancaster and a Spitfire. It's a short work day today, after the air raid last night. No one's in the graveyard yet, that's a good sign. Barely made a dent in our food stock. Oh yeah, I bet it's a bad idea. End up with mad cow disease. The amount of aircraft we just shot down, there'd be German body parts sprayed all over the airfield. Does that count as fertilizer? Yeah, they're all over the airfield. I can't do it with the bow fighter because all the spaces are full. See, the Lancaster crew has set a bad precedent. Now the bow fighters think they can do it too. Alright, let's get that gun finally built. This will have to be one for the Hampton, the Blenheim, and our Hurricane. Factory was destroyed, their war effort has been hindered. We'll have that B-17 in no time. Yeah, I will. I'm just waiting. Oh wait, I've already issued the order. It's going to sit there all overnight. This bowfighter's been on 26 missions. This one's only been on 6. "22 missions for that Spitfire, 19 for that one. 1 mission for that one. 9 and 7. Lysander's been on 18 missions. Flamingo's been on 6. Can't select the Hampton because it's on its way. There we go. It's done 8, and the Blenheim's done 22. Look at our Lancaster, it's already out. A lot of the chat delay is actually me not looking all the time. There is a delay on when it appears up on the video though. In case I have to hit the bell. Stop it. Four victory points left and we'll have this shiny new coastal aircraft. I think, yes, the pilot of the Gladiator that was strafed in the earlier stages of our build, he stayed around. He achieved liftoff before running into the Beaufighter. Yeah, we definitely need the Mosquito. Need this mission to go away so the stuttering goes away. Watch out, mate. We didn't clear the runway. So if you harvest, yeah, we harvested it and we got to keep the pilot. So if you destroy it, the pilot might go away. The next mission gets double Blenheims so we can clear the runway. I guess we could check that. So these guys are aces. There's no way to check until the mission board is up. Yeah, I should do. I should have some time this weekend. When are you guys looking to hold it? I've just been super busy this week. Pilots enjoying some relaxation. Working together.
That, sir. Copy that.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I'm on my way.
Okay, the road is 1 square away from being finished. Putting up the fence, we've got the flagpoles being raised. We have enough bricks to build the guard shack. Cement is still looking good. Might start creating it tomorrow. Guys should start working on the hangar in the next day or two, now that all these other things are done. Finish these jobs off. Yes, the round table. Alright, we need to assign the gun crew. Do we have any non-pilots that can still work? Yep. Those guys are assigned. This gun also needs a crew. You, and you. Wait, he's a pilot. But he doesn't have an aircraft? Is that what that means? He might be the gladiator pilot I was thinking about. Alright, you can be a gun crew then. Just a discussion about warships and what we'd like to see from a game that we play, War Thunder. Which is growing harder and harder to like with every single patch. What's the mission board look like? We have one mission left this week. Workday's over. How do we go on the gun? 1/3 constructed for the searchlight. Whatever mission comes next, it's getting 2 Blenheims. 2 Bowfighters, rather. Low on seeds. I believe it's grain and probably potato. Grain and potato, yep. Just collect this here, nice and close. There's some grain here. Take that. And there's a potato plantation just over here somewhere. Was it here? No, it's tomatoes here. Potato. Potato. There's they are. Kind of like Task Force Admiral kind of CNC. Is that what you're referring to? vectoring interceptors and stuff like that. Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. Ooh, we are missing a chair. It's actually 2 chairs. One of the very first games, Battle of Britain, did exactly that. It used to run it on a 48K Spectrum. Did that run cassettes? Right, spotlight time. No, don't go to. Stock it. Mickey, stock it. Go on. Owen, stock it. Gordon, get the goddamn light built. I still have space for 3 parking spots to build too. Those grain seeds have been put straight into the ground, it looks. Making tarps still? You could use 2 guys doing that. Starting to empty out the stock room. Oh, sorry. Yeah, cassettes. That's what I meant. The tapes, cassette tapes. Or was it on a like a spool, a reel? Yeah, yeah, I thought so.
I'm on my way.
My neighbor had a Commodore 64, so I was like, "Whoa, man, this is some high tech stuff." I had a former bank teller's computer. I couldn't even tell you what it was, but it had no software on it. Yeah, and my PC was basically just to say that I had one. Don't think I ever did anything on it. I remember trying to get a few games to work on it, but yeah, it didn't. It was like casting an arcane ritual trying to get it to work. Oh, we finished all the missions. Okay. Just a chill Sunday. This pilot's pretty tired. He should sleep. So is this one. The cook, you're going to have to go and build a spotlight because you're standing there. He's refueling an aircraft. I have to build another warehouse for fuel and parts, so we're going to build that here. I don't think grain's a concern. It's a medium output crop. And the amount of potatoes that I'm making and beans, they are pretty high return on the seeds. Like we've got 17 plots and we're going to get 112 food from tomatoes. And potatoes are insane. Like one plot of potatoes gives you 400 food. So I think I might just not worry about grain for a while. Because like we've got so much food just laying here rotting, going out to compost. We're going to have to expand the plot. That didn't work. That's better. I think we had maybe 10 or 12 aircraft in the last raid. That was pretty big. Despite having a pretty substantial perimeter, the dive bombers made it here. So we made sure to get that other gun built. We're trying to get the perimeter up around the hangars here. These are the one item that you can't pre-stage that I've found. So you just have to do the long haul. Had to experiment with the tone and volume to get it to load properly. Yeah, like I said, the arcane rituals. I can see why there are so many people that enjoy the Adeptus Astartes and and the Mechanicum because it's the same. Trying to get them to work. But the sense of satisfaction when you got it to work. And I think that's a big part of why the newer generation are a little bit, dare I say, computer illiterate. They're not app illiterate, like they can use apps, they can use touchscreen phones, they can do things that I can't do on a phone. But when it comes to like just setting up drivers and understanding how a PC works, I find that There isn't so much knowledge around. I could just be seeing that from my own little bubble, though. Like, troubleshooting was a big part of PC gaming for a long time. I would like the ability to, like, leave this base here to run by itself for a while and go and build another base and then have this one actively still participating in the war effort. And, like, you can drop in from time to time or send, you know, if I start a new airbase, can I just, I want to be able to ship all this food over to that airbase so that base doesn't have to worry about farming. And in return, that other airbase could specialize in making ammunition. Sunday, leisure time. The hard work of the week is now over. Oh, we've got meals laying in the pit out here. This is a popular little spot, this one. But we have a constant 290 to 300 meals, even after everyone's eaten. Oh, we've got a passed out pilot here. Dude, go to bed. Yes, yes. Command prompt. If you didn't know how to use command prompt in even just a basic sense. Very successful week. We finished 13 missions with 100% success. And there's one that we cancelled. Now, we could use some planks. And we could use some cement. Really, we could use some sand as well. We need another gun and we need another searchlight. And then next week we'll bring one gun and the rest supplies. So we'll keep with the 2 guns per searchlight. We might even have to put more guns around a searchlight depending on how dense the attacks get. We'll see how our new receiving bay goes, collecting the storage for the week. So make sure that food gets eaten. If you have fast forward on, it really ruins the schedule because they don't know where to go. Yep, supplies are being dropped off okay. No issues there. A little bit of overflow. The original Windows, hey? I think that's the original one. We still had to run it through DOS. I still had to launch it through DOS. Start Win. Where are we going to place the new gun and torch? Searchlight. Big torch. Small searchlight. Yeah, that's a good point. Problem solving. And making do with what you've got. No missions yet. We need 3 more points to purchase this B-17. Bombing run. Tank squad. We need to send the bowfighter and the other bowfighter, just so we can make sure the runway is clear. Then, what else? A Blenheim. Got a lot of rotten food going to the bin. A lot of manpower going with it. It's all the tomatoes that I've grown. Let's stop this one as well. Because we're making up to 300 of these rations as well now. Even if for some reason we run out of food because I'm not creating enough, I've got enough of a buffer, I think. So the SX was a cleverly marketed second run, hey? I remember when they used to really lean into RAM. You know, your computer had to have so much RAM to be able to do anything. So whenever you go to a PC shop, they'll be like, have you upgraded your RAM lately? Now it's all about GPU. The bowfighter is now off the strip. We will have a guard post completed soon. Ish. Make these double doors so there's a bit more room to move. Are you referring to a pet? If so, man, you've got a few runs of bad luck. What did I do here? I made a mess. Fix it. Oh, good. Your old car. Yeah, cool. That's better than what I was. I thought you meant your dog. 250,000 Ks. That's a decent run. Is it done for, or are you just looking to trade up now? Yeah, and defragging your drive was another one of those arcane rituals I was talking about. Faster being a subjective term. Heavy fighter interception. This is going to require some effort. We might have to send a whole wing. Got 3 Spitfires left in reserve. It looks like the Hurricane is currently busy. Just 4 Spitfires going up against 6 bombers. Spotlight is finished. Let's get it crewed. The rugs are all finished. That's a good sign. It's actually pretty good. They add energy to rest or recovery. So much better quality rest. guess we will have to put the next gun crew here. So we have overlapping fields of fire. Yes, we did try that. We added the seed shack, but no one went to it.
Copy that, sir.
G'day, Victory. Welcome to the stream, mate. Oh, they work. Just think of it like the Air Force is damage per second and the Navy is burst damage. So the ships come in infrequently, but they leave a mess. An airbase has constant traffic. No, the Air Force, they all model themselves after Errol Flynn. So, you can imagine where that goes. Yes, we did know that the B-17 is being added to the game. We are currently working towards it. Here it is here. We have a space ready for it. We just need the points to add it. I was going to have a break from the game, but then they added a new aircraft. I'm like, why not? Let's just jump on and get it in. Contentious. Here's another one for the Flamingo. I'm blind, I can't see the Hurricane. Alright, we'll just send a bow fighter. Oh, that made it worse. It's one of those... Oh, it made it better. This is actually a hard mission. Damn. Fighter escort works better than sending another heavy bomber. Yes, you only have to, you know, do a light search into that man's history to find quite a few victories claimed. So the Hurricane's out. We need a board that like has active missions and like what is currently going. Once they take off, I'm pretty sure that disappears. We need like a flight board. Not yet, I haven't. There's the Hurricane there, with the Spitfire. You were right, Cactus. It did go out. Base morale is looking great, considering we have such a large contingent of troops. Somehow getting shorter and shorter work days. We're skipping breakfast this morning, guys. You're in good spirits anyway. Who's going to put that in the bin? The last update, just adding those... The last update adding the major battleships of World War II. All the capital flagships of the fleet. It just... Like, their models are beautiful. Like, they look great. They look great. But the gameplay at that level is just looking at each other for 24 minutes and hoping that you get an ammo rack or some major damage. It's not what I find to be fun. I think that the high-paced, high-maneuver warfare of lower tiers is much more exciting. Up to light cruisers, heavy cruisers even. But the battleships and the dreadnoughts and the battle cruisers are just floating artillery barges, and you just look at each other, and the way people play is just so boring. How long have I been alive for? No, I've been alive for two and a half hours. And we are one victory point away from getting the B-17. So we're wasting a lot of time now because... What are they doing? Carrying meals around with nowhere to put them. All of our mess holes are full of food. Is this aircraft leaving? Arriving? Yep. We are one mission away from getting the B-17, so as soon as that order comes in, it should be a couple of minutes. I wish we could ship the food out. We overdid it. We ran short at the end of the last stream, and I went, alright, we need to solve the farming issue, and we solved that. There's food everywhere. We had 2,000 food at some point, but it's all started to decay and been chucked in the bin. We've opened up the extra storage area to try and keep it safe. A pilot competition for the next mission should be pretty easy. We're going to send our best Spitfire pilot. Looks like it's Hugh Fitzgerald. Yep, he's our best. Despite not having high energy at the moment, he should do okay. Oh, this poster we put up in the graveyard. Dig for victory. Very thematic.
Roger that, sir.
Might put the other guns here because this side is pretty exposed until they reach this line. So have the fire overlapping just a tiny amount. Got a 80% chance of this guy winning the competition. If he wins the competition, we get a shiny new B-17. And then 10 more bodies to feed. We could use a fuel top-up. Come on, mister. Can you win? They're working on these guns because they're nice and close. We're wasting heaps of time with whatever they're doing with the food. We just got so much of it.
I'm on it.
And more coming. I'm just going to abort another patch. We really need a resource income chart, or you know, projected income. Almost ready for the competition run. Wish us luck. He wasn't low energy, he just didn't have high energy, so he should be okay. But the aircraft wasn't great, you're right. Oh, we've pulled up another patch of food to try and stop the influx. We've got 600 meals floating around. Well, the supply drop was successful. We had to fight off an enemy raid. Lucky we sent the Spitfires because they had no attack power. So you've always got to kind of send an escort just in case. What's going on now? There's a big chain of activity. And we won the pilot competition. So we just wasted a victory point because we're at our cap. Let's call in the B-17. The purpose of our stream today. There will be a market or trading eventually, but not at the moment. So it's just got to go in the compost heap. What are they doing grabbing rations? Where are they taking the rations to? Here's a tired pilot, if I ever did see one. Alright, has our aircraft arrived? No, we've got a mission coming back, and then the B-17 should arrive. We should have this gun built tomorrow. G'day, Queen. Welcome to the stream. RAF Shepington, there is a hive of activity here for you today. Queen Blep has her war bonds. And the B-17 is here. I didn't see it land. What do we need? Squadron support. We'll send a Hurricane. Oh, this one would run out of fuel. And die. We've no chance of success with the Hurricane. It's quite a bit of fuel required for this mission. So the light fighters aren't going to fare very well. There's no chance of success sending Spitfires. I guess we're going to send the brand new B-17. Or even then, only a 9% chance of success. What is going on with this mission? Look at the Lancaster. Nope. Okay, now sending Spitfires is okay. I don't understand that. Sometimes the mission board is a bit strange. See you, Victory. Thanks for joining us, mate. We'll see you next time. Appreciate you coming to see me after the last stream. Alright, where's the B-17 at? Over here. Beautiful aircraft. The Hawker has a collapsed pilot. Yeah. Stupid guy. Not sleeping. It's leisure time now, so he should make his way back. There he is. He won't get up at my order. He has to wait. There's someone else here. Yeah, apparently it's the Coastal Command B-17. I don't know if it's historical. I'm assuming it would be. But it's definitely outfitted for sea search. I can't see the belly. Yeah, he's got belly gunner. But no front guns. (7-11) saving lives, hey? Chunky soup. I've never had 7-11 soup. Aircraft are looking mostly okay. Spitfires could use a tune-up. And I think we need to work on repair kits. Yeah, we're making 30. We have enough machinery, we have enough steel. I'll just work on that. Yeah, I knew the Liberator did it. I wasn't aware of a B-17 variant. So that's pretty cool. Got a fighter intercept, easy one. Should be a couple of Spitfires or a Hurricane and a Spitfire combo. We won't send that one. That one's damaged and needs a refuel. We'll send this one. But our Hurricane pilot's really tired, isn't he? Alright, it says he's alright. Let's go. Well, it serves a dual purpose. As a person that worked the graveyard shift for a long time, 7-11 was a lifesaver. Of course, you're not doing your diet any favors by subsisting off it. Alright, Fred, come and build this gun for me. Jeffrey 2. And I'm going to relocate the Boeing. Oh, we need to complete the parking spot. Are you referring to Germany? And greetings to you too, Lucifer. They're showing, as far as I'm concerned. I'll have a look at my other screen. Your chats are visible, Cactus. There you go, I just gave you a promotion. That should help you. You should have some extra tools now. We've even got a rankings board now. That's a new feature. It's a close tie between Kerberos 84 and CMS. Yeah, you've promoted just to make sure you could see it. I know, I've known you long enough now to trust you. If you're just joining the stream, make sure you hit the like button. That'll help it get found. It really helps out the channel. Yeah, I hear Cologne isn't exactly as the name suggests. But I've never been there, so I couldn't tell you. Would you please build the gun? Stat. Unlimited power. I don't have any mods, so I thought, hey, why not? But nearly everyone that joins my streams are very, very nice people. Gentlemen and ladies alike. Bring the resources to the gun, please. You two, over here, bring the resources. You, bring the resources. These ones are much easier because it's closer. We have a drop behind enemy lines. We have to fill up. The rubbish is just continuing to grow. Yeah, I guess it's subjective. Some people like certain odors over others. I'm just going to stop this tarmac for a while. How do I stop that? Cancel. Oh, they've actually dropped resources off already for it. Oh no. And we're glad to have you, Queen. I am into low stress. It is a favorite thing of mine. The game is running at a crawl though. To keep the view close, to keep them sped up. The overabundance of food is breaking our logistics. Everyone's standing around trying to figure out what to do with it. Maybe I just turn off the cooks for a while. And if we run out of meals, I'll just have to eat raw food. There's no malice to food that I can tell. So we've just cancelled 4 of them. For the next few days, we'll just eat our stockpile. Yes, we have wastewater treatment facilities too. We have a lot of land to work with though, so we can hide them pretty well. Yeah, Queen was just thinking like me. They absolutely reek. They're huge, but we can just hide them in the middle of nowhere and no one will find it. Unless you get sent there to work.
Roger that, sir.
See, oh, the food is just breaking these guys. They're like wasting their time trying to figure out a place to put it. Do I just tell them to put excess food just out in the sun? Just let it rot. Just food. Put it there. If it's excess, it goes there and it'll just decay. Oh, I can imagine. So even that's not enough. We'll just expand it. It hits you like a wall as the wind changes. guy needs to sleep. Go to bed. We need to get these guns fixed and ready before the next airstrike. And we're about to lose a mission because I forgot to pay attention. Can I get some guys out quickly? Well, that makes it worse. Where is our Lysander? That's a good stealth aircraft. That makes it worse too. Alright, this is one of those ones where you can only really send one aircraft. The B-17 is not going to cut it. The Lancaster's not good enough. Yeah, I don't get it sometimes. Just have to send the Flamingo by itself. Nothing cleans the palate like a whiff of sewage. Alright, it's evening time. Yeah, we couldn't get to that one in time, unfortunately. I think we're going to get attacked tomorrow. It seems to be Thursday or Friday. I can't do the Latino accent without sounding like a creep. Budget Cheech and Chong. Cypress Hill sounding dude. Okay, I think we're giving too much leisure time in the evening. They're just standing around. Let's give them an extra hour of work to compensate. Yeah, I think we should get a second Flamingo, I agree. But I will need another level 2 space for it. So where would I put them? I could ditch this out. Rescue mission? The Lysander is very good at recon missions. That's its true strength. It's the best recon aircraft that we have. And it's decent at transport missions. And it's got some maneuverability so it can survive if it changes up. But arguably the Defiant was better because it had attack power due to its rear turret. So it was close. But we lost our Paul Defiant. It got shot down. Produce steel, yes, absolutely. We produce nearly 300 a day from these here, the metal workbench. So the metal workbench makes steel and machinery. And then you funnel that through to your electronics workbenches to make repair parts and electronic parts. You can play ammunition. You can make ammunition and bombs, but they're not yet used. Yes, harvesting the wrecked cars that you start with as well. Alright, we may be due for another attack today. So I want to try and get that gun built. We have 400 meals and 300 rations to chew through before we can start working on the 1,200 apples and carrots. Yes, it is possible. There is no recipe for metal, so it can be created out of thin air. And it needs to be, because a hangar costs 1,500 metal for something that size, maybe more. There's a fair bit of steel coming out here to the hangar roof. It's the next job on the board. Oh yeah, the walrus. She's an ugly one. Remember, I think you helped me film a video about the walrus and all the other scout planes. Oops, don't want to fast forward through the workday. Alright, this is ready to build. Good, good, good. Cat eyes. Build, build, build. Right, so that gun is completed. On its way. We're still bringing the resources out for that one. We'll just send the Hurricane for this one. Rescue the officer. Easy stuff. If he's not a master sergeant, he will be when I'm finished with him. We have a steady stream of steel heading out to the roof of this hangar. Come on, just 11 more pieces. And then we need to send out the B-17 on a mission. It is very interesting. It does look like it's got a thorax, doesn't it? Looks like the... Was it the gyro chopper from June? Can't remember what they're called. Little dragonfly looking aircraft. Ornithopter, I think they're called. Well, it's 3:30 on a Thursday. Still waiting for this gun to be built. Finish it, please. City bombing run. Let's send our B-17. Oh, maybe not. We need a lot of bombing power. So the Lancaster, the B-17, and the Hampton. That's a motley crew, isn't it? Waiting on the crew. Hurricane successfully completed the mission, but it was a tight one. He scored the same as the target. He took heavy damage. I want this hangar roof finished first. Yes, it is Coastal Command. But we're sending it on a bombing mission. It has to take off from our main runway because it's tier 5 only. So I will put it here once it returns. But at least we get to see one of the other runways used for once. Ooh, only just clearing the fence. That one's got a really bad surface because this was terrain that was already here. It made the runway cheaper to build, but it looks crappy. Nine. He has not. I would prefer it not to be rainy. And since it's PvE, I think dawn might be a good idea. You know, before dawn, 4 AM. Catching the last remnants of the Tokyo Express kind of thing. We're expecting an attack, so I should actually set the priority for these guns, hey? You need some people. You, and you. And you and you. Invasion of Port Moresby, okay. I haven't looked at it in great detail. I just saw the layout of the convoy. I know it was my idea, I just didn't know whether he'd made it to my liking. Okay, here it comes. This will be a test. I think it's going to be a big one. Yeah, it never rains. You're right. And if it has, I didn't see it. Bit slow to the search tower. Coming from this direction. Oh, they went for the rubbish tip. Oh, look at the Heinkel's. There's heaps of them. Oh, shit. One's going to penetrate. Oh, he almost did. But our layered air defense on this side is pretty effective. We've got to get through 2 layers. It's just a little bit touchy here when they go for the graveyard and the tip. Yeah, why aren't we putting up combat air patrols with our Spitfires? Alright. Looks like they're gone and dead. We certainly needed that defense. That was a lot of Heinkel 111s. what, 5 of them? Yeah, so we're definitely going to need to build a barracks down here, just sort of, so maybe the mechanics can live down here, so that we have personnel that live and work around here to man guns down the end of the airstrip. How far does the radius enter the strip? Okay, so about halfway. So we have a weak spot right down the center of the runway. If an attack comes down here, they'll get through. They won't make it home, but they'll make it in. So we'll need some guns down the end of the strip. Similar to this layout. Probably 4 guns protecting the end of the airstrip. So this week we need 1 gun to go in this pair here. In terms of resources, I could probably use some more cement. Maybe I should get rid of the Blenheim. And the Hampton is much better than it. The Blenheim has better maneuverability, but that's it. The time is 12 p.m. It's about to tick over to Saturday. 2 minutes to 12. Lancaster's home. Hampton's home. Where's the B-17? Here she comes. Heavy bomber interception. We need to scramble some Spitfires. One of them still needs maintenance, so we'll leave that one alone. This guy can't fly. We'll give the Hurricane a workout. Yeah, something like that. 2 minutes to midnight. Isn't that like apocalypse talk? It's actually 1 minute to midnight. Fighters are scrambling. Good shit. We've got the B-17 doing a shuffle. Men on the strip. There's no malice to having no floor in your hangar, but I like the floor. Sure is. I don't think I could even hum that song without getting copyrighted though. Super strict. How's the food situation? Still growing. We're going to have an obesity problem at this airbase. All the food just being thrown away. You guys just put it down and let it rot. Leave it. I need another workshop here just for fuel and maintenance stuff. And this was a spot for another maintenance shed. But we don't really use the space. Bricks. Everything's looking great. We don't have any medicine, but we don't need it. No function yet. What are we working on at the moment? Sandbags and paths. As well as the roof and the floor. All the roofs are finished. Good. Spitfire on its way. See you, mate. We got our Coastal Command B-17, but I don't know how I'm going to make this look fancy for the competition. I think the base speaks for itself. Very cozy. Can't believe that BF-109 strafed our rubbish. He's like, I'll take you out. What's he destroying? Is he smashing the food with a hammer so no one can eat it? They're smashing rocks. Clearing the side of the airfield. Okay, Queenie. See you soon. Got a recon mission. Send the recon aircraft. We haven't had a Typhoon yet. Or a Tempest. The Tempest doesn't seem very exciting. It's got a little bit more attack power than the Spitfire. It's got more bombing power than the Spitfire. Nowhere near as maneuverable. So this is a bit of an all-rounder. I wish we could, but we can't change the skins yet. It's even got a pin-up on it. Does look good in white. I like that. So we could have 6 Spitfires. Maybe a bunch of Tempests. There needs to be like a comparison sheet, so I don't have to do that. Tempest is slightly better in a few different metrics. Calm supply drop. We can just send not the Hampton. Flamingo. And a Bowfighter. I agree. Definitely different capabilities. This is the Mark 9. We checked it out last time. Yeah, Mark 9. So pretty competent. I would like to see the Seafire as well. And the Sea Tempest. Since we're a coastal airstrip, why not? We haven't had a short Sterling yet, you're right. Yeah, we skipped the short Sterling to go straight for the Lancaster. Pretty competent transport aircraft. That can be our next on the wish list. Yeah, like depending on what year it is in game is what variant you get. You know, out of a selection. So early war, you know, you've got nothing. Well, at least they're using the taxiway now because we put the wall in between the hangar. Swarm of Spitfires are about to return. Yeah, they were. But I'd still like to see them. They're one of my favorite aircraft. And was it the Seafire that eventually got contra-rotating props? I can't remember if it's the Seafire or not. Or one of the variants. Yeah, we had a Meteor, but it was a hoax, just to baffle the Germans. Still running. Was it the Merlin engines? Griffin engines. Isn't the Wyvern one of the loudest aircraft ever for its time? Alright, let's speed it up. Flamingo is back. Got a medium bomber intercept. Hurricane needs a good repair. Fighter is home. Yeah, the short Sterling is next on the agenda. Yeah, we haven't had a Typhoon, we haven't had a Tempest, we haven't had a short Sterling. And we've had everything else. We won't worry about a Meteor until that's resolved. Mark 14 had coaxial props. I think it was to offset all the extra torque. When they're trying to take it off from a carrier, you don't want it skewing off to the left. Short Sterling is certainly not the thin Sterling. You're not going to park it there, are you, mate? You better not. We're going to park it. Yeah, good job. Go down the narrow taxiway. If I ever rebuild a base, we'll keep the size of the aircraft in mind when we're building the taxiways. Ultimately, I wanted them using these runways, but for whatever reason, they just prefer this one. Maybe because it's tier 5. Maybe because it's closest to the map edge that they approach from. The Lancaster will take off from this strip, but it will always land on this strip. But I think they've finally completed most of the construction orders I gave at the start of the stream. A few things here and there that they've missed. Lots of moonwalking. And I will plan a new building here. We won't build it yet though. Too close for my liking. Pathfinding's just given up. It's just hovering all the time. But the fact that the pilots are standing around means that most of the harvesting and hauling has been completed. All the large aircraft are looking okay. The Hurricane is being maintained. The Sander's looking good. Those Spitfires are okay. That one needs some work. Just laying sandbags today, nothing too strenuous. Are we finished for our missions for the week? We have one more. And that was successful. And we are out of concrete finally. 900 concrete used up. And the sand that we've stockpiled will soon run out, making concrete again. Posters are up. Efficiency increased. This one's a hovering poster. I don't like it. Since we've finished the missions, I'm just going to let it run for a minute. I'll be right back. See you, mate. Thanks very much for joining the stream the last few, or all this week. I'll talk to you soon. Nothing happened while I was gone. That is good. Okay. Speed up the sleep. Now we've got space for 6 aircraft. We should build them. Another room for another big one. We've got 2 spaces for small, 4 spaces for small. building in here? Smashing stuff? Building? Building? Somewhere on the base, something is happening. Middle of the workday and they're grabbing something to eat. The food is down to about 1,000 now. That's more manageable, but there's heaps here just rotting. Make that the lowest priority one so that this one gets filled up first.
I'm on my way. Copy that, sir. For England.
So a lot of that food is turning to waste now. They're losing manpower as they transfer it across.
I'm on my way.
So there is a big downside to creating too much food.
You can count on me. I'm on it. I'm on my way.
It feels like I've broken the game. No one's doing anything. It was Sunday though, so I don't blame them. What it seems to be, once you reach a certain limit though, the game can only issue so many orders at a time. You'll see they all stand here waiting and then take their turn to move. So that is something that needs to be addressed if it expects us to build such large bases. Yeah, just cover the rubbish dump up. Alright, it's time to make an order. We're going to have 1 gun. 200 cement. Some sandbags. Some lumber. And some metal. With all that food there, they might stray for that. Rubble seems to take ages to degrade, but trash not so much. And this food is wasting away as we look at it. Probably need a double door here. What I could do is delete this actually. And then just set the rubbish dump to accept food for that super low priority. So they'll always bring rubbish here because it's the only place. But if there's nowhere else for food, they'll just bring it here. Finally got a mission for the week. Send out our scout plane. Yeah, it's streaming through the door. We have heaps of bean seeds. Put away the new shipment. We have a new gun. Our water's starting to run low for the first time in a while. Is that damaged? No? Yeah, that'll be a good way to earn the Meteor's engine noise. It wouldn't be a British base without beans. Scout plane has arrived at the target. But it looks like a lot of our cosmetic work is almost finished. And we've stored some construction supplies over here, which is a good thing. Yes. Just like one run of crop and then leave it. So you can then decide if you need more. We should turn our potato to seeds this time. And then start a new potato crop for food. It's a pumping kind of day. I cancelled water collection for a good while. Our food is down to a manageable level. That's good. We have heaps of room in the kitchen. Mushy peas on a meat pie. Some of my favourite dishes. When you mention a meat pie to an American, they're like, huh? A pie that's not sweet? What is this? We'll get one of the other kitchens working again. Dangerous recon mission. Our recon aircraft is currently landing. Let's send a bowfighter. Bowfighter's super useful. Very versatile. I sure do. Really only good for soup. Yeah, it makes it more palatable to the American if he's got sugar in it, even if it is from a fruit. Good luck to the bowfighter as he heads out on his dangerous recon mission.
You can count on me.
Oh, he sucked the well dry. Have to come back next week. We have backups here as well if I need them. Alright, it's dinner time. Hit the mess. Yeah, you can make a budget pea and ham soup with it. Boatfighter had a successful mission. Another cake run. It could be worth buying a second one of these. You're not supposed to run down the center. Oh, he disappeared. Must have found his bed. The last of that food is decomposing. Welcome back. Are you finished work now? Have we finished the path? Almost. That and the hangar is the last of the jobs, as well as some sandbags here, which is almost finished. Meals are running low again. Let's get the cooks back in the kitchen. Wait, you finish at 10 tonight? Are you working like a double? This might get finished today. Repair kits are stable, so aircraft are fine. Yeah, it seems to be once a week still. They're just getting more intense. The last one had 5 Heinkels in it. See, they're smart here. They've staged some supplies just to help them build it. Squadron support mission. And where's our Hurricane? It's actually become quite a useful aircraft. Just as a backup vehicle. Oh, okay, you're awesome last night. Yeah, let's keep the war predictable. Like, who needs to be stressed, right? If you know the Germans are coming on Thursday, that seems pretty fair to me. Biting, hey? They love building their paths around here. Yeah, keep it fair. Keep it predictable. Everyone goes home, except the Germans. Yeah, we need to be able to go out and catch aircrew that get shot down. That'll be really cool. Or scrap their aircraft parts. Some kind of research, capturing their aircraft and sending it back at them. Yeah, give a bit of a ceasefire there to clear no man's land. Who wants to get shot in the back while they're... Oh, not the back, but who wants to get shot while they're trying to pull their friends' bodies out of barbed wire, all sorts of stuff. Horrifying shit. You would like to think that humanity has learned its lesson. That yet remains to be seen. Here we go. Decent conga line of hangar floor material. Our aircraft have reached their target destination. The next priority would be to build that gun. And then maybe some housing over here. Like I mentioned at the start of the stream. And that's the end of the day. Just dump all your steel on the ground and go and have something to eat, they reckon. Meal stocks are good. Rations never getting eaten. Careless talk costs lives. We have a pilot competition. Send the B-17 in acrobatics display. We have a really powerful Spitfire pilot, so let's send him. Ooh, even he might struggle to win. We ideally need 60 maneuverability. This guy's even better. We'll just have to try with that. Lest we forget, what a hero. Conscientious objectors were usually labelled as deserters in World War I, if I am not mistaken. But the men that, like the famous story of Simpson and his donkey, they weren't fighting men. They were just there to make sure their mates got out of the shit, or given some dignity in death. Like, it's one thing to read about the history, but then when you realize the scale of these wars, it's mind-boggling. It's a machine, and everyone's just along for the ride. are expecting an attack in the next day or so. We won the competition. Just won it. We still have a few more beds available in the pilot's barracks. So the maths works out. And it looks like we have maybe 6 beds available in the enlisted barracks. 7. Yeah, it is very paradoxical. Yeah, it's one of the few times that humanity collectively pulls its finger out of its backside and works together to achieve things, while at the same time seeking to destroy the things it builds. It seems insane if you look at it from an outside perspective. Hell no. It was not a job for cowards. And these guys were just, everyday guys. Butchers, bakers, candlestick makers. They weren't born to be soldiers. Send the Hampton out. And we'll send the trusty Hurricane with it. And yeah, that'll do. 88%. We'll push our luck. I don't know, it's a tough one. Like, sure, there might have been innovation during war, but think about all the people that didn't survive it and what they might have achieved in their lives. These young boys that went off, died on the beaches and in the forests and in the trenches. They didn't get a chance to reach their potential. The best of the best went away, and the ones that were left behind were often, not as capable. And then a country had to be rebuilt. That's the funny thing about necessity. You might not be allowed to join now, but if the shit were to hit the fan, I'm sure the standards might change. They say there's a difference between peacetime soldiers and wartime soldiers, and that is often necessity. Especially in Australia, our Defence Force is very picky during peacetime. You twist your ankle while you're doing PT and they'll give you a discharge. Like I said, when the shit hits the fan and the enemy boats are on the beaches, there'll be a place for everybody. It might not be front line. Yeah, it really depends. It really depends on how bad things are, or, you know. You don't get to pick your call sign, it gets picked for you. I guess you could try and sway it. Breach works are finished. We have victory points in the bank to spend. Let's bring in something we haven't purchased before. We can afford the Typhoon, or we could wait for the Tempest. I might wait for the Tempest. It's just 2 more points. Yeah, removing the human element from war is a scary thought. You know, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but, you know, I have watched a lot of sci-fi in my life, and I can't help but think we're fighting each other, but there is another enemy. The machine. These are almost never good news. Drop behind enemy lines. The B-17 could do it straight up. Would that work? Nope. Yeah, I'm not sure how it works out, the percentage. Maybe it's... Alright, so it's probably dependent on like the variation between the requirements and the combined forces minus the risk. So if we didn't have the 40% risk, perhaps that would be 100% chance to complete. The short Sterling, look at its transport capacity. Let's send that. Let's see, no, it's still 60%. Yeah, I'm not sure how it works out, the chances to complete a mission. Like, doesn't matter how much extra stuff you stack on. Okay, we're going to send 3 aircraft at 60% chance. We have huge combined forces, and I sent a fighter just because it might change to attack or maneuverability, and that would prop up their chances. Slowly working it out. Yeah, like, what would you prefer? The product of Weyland-Yutani or Terminator? Honestly, I'd prefer the Terminators. You know, at least you're being killed by your own creation, so you kind of deserve it. But, I mean, again, if you think about the Alien franchise, like, isn't Alien also humanity's faults? I don't know. But yeah, I think I would probably prefer the Termination. I wouldn't like to incubate things inside myself. I've always said what humanity needs is a common enemy. So we finally put aside all our own personal bullshit in ideologies and all that. I think that's why the Starship Troopers franchise was so popular. Because of that common hatred for the bug. It does. It leads to citizenship. And who wouldn't want to be part of the glorious federation of humanity? Flamingo wants to go, but the conga line of men are in the way. If you don't want to know more, I think we have a problem. Two more victory points will bring in the Tempest. Slot her up in here. And then we might move the Hurricane inside just to prolong its life. Unfortunately, we haven't had any missions specifically for the Boeing B-17. Would have liked to see some naval missions, generated for it. And you can only do them if you have it. Yep, I'll lead you in. I'm not scared of a bug. Oh no. We lost the Hurricane. Despite... Oh, I sent it out with no fuel. Shit, it's my own fault. Neil Hill, MIA, because the commander neglected to have a look at the fuel situation before we sent it out. So despite being successful, we lost an aircraft. Easy enough to miss. And we have plenty of fuel. It's not like we're scarce. Tanks and tanks of it. The Hampton has returned. Yeah, what you're saying, Cactus, is the duality of man. We're blessed in that we have individuality and the ability to want and desire things. But yeah, our mission loss rate is very low. That's a second aircraft we've lost. The first one was a shoot down, and that was poor mission planning. And we have finished the hangar, so they're finally going to construct this Bofors cannon just in time for the next attack. going to drop everything where it is. You fools. You can work for an extra 2 hours now because of that. It's not attack night. Go on. Pick it up. Pick it up. Oh, that doesn't work, does it? Damn it. Don't know why you can do that. That didn't work. Damn. The Special Forces jumped out undetected and we have executed the mission perfectly. Awesome. A light fighter interception. Everyone loves their pipes here in the RAF. This guy could do it all on his own. I should have checked the fuel level. I didn't. Let's check all the aircraft now. Fine, fine. Fine, fine. I think it's because I was using the Hurricane so often. I didn't give it any downtime. It would be really cool to be able to have 2 shifts now that we have so many crew. Hey boys. We absolutely smashed that. I was overcautious. Alright, it is Thursday. We expect the Germans to pay a visit. Conga line of dinners prepared. Dick Dastardly and his Muttley pilot, his Muttley co-pilot. Flamingo has returned. Welcome back. We're going to get that gun finished today, aren't we, boys? Let's get the next kitchen building again. Building meals. Yeah, they seem to prefer the runway that's closest to the map edge. I can't do anything about it. Flamingo's dancing in the hangar. Turn around. The wackiest. It's funny. The short Sterling sounds like it should be smaller than the Lancaster. Just by the way it says it's short. But it's certainly a big aircraft. Needs to be parked up a little bit closer. The wings need to be corner to corner. Here we might have a mission for them. Let's send the link. We only need 60 points, but we're gonna just kill it. And an escort fighter. The escort fighter always seems to clinch it. There's quite a few flight crew heading to their bombers. Oh yeah, I know. It seems like it should be short, you know? If you didn't know any better. It's like the base commander, yeah, I'll have one of the short ones. We don't have a very big bay. And the monstrosity arrives and the commander's like, oh, damn it. Oh, we got 2 runways active at once. We are blessed. Would have been cool to have all 3 aircraft taking off from a different runway. Which one are you going to choose? Based in Northern Ireland, eh? Keeping in mind we still have these 2 cheating fields here that will never be used. And I want my Tempest. Since we lost the Hurricane, we might have to bring a couple more back. That distinctive inlet. Welcome to the crew, Paddy. Speaking of Irish. Alright, we got a gun. Oh wait. Oh no, I just changed what gun they were on. Silly. I'll have to find which crew they were now. Here we go. Yeah, we're going to be able to get 24 aircraft off these 3 runways. It would be a tight squeeze up this end. But we can do it. don't think we have any building orders at the moment. So let's try and finally finish off this tarmac here. Yeah, just trying to find the gun that you demand. Yep, so I think after this week's attack, we will wrap up the stream. That was the month of January of 1941. My next goal will be to just max out the aircraft so we're completely full. We'll need to build hangars, but I think I might build a barracks up this side of the airbase. One with a kitchen. So that anyone caught on this side of the airfield when an airstrike happens will have somewhere to retreat to and be based there to man the local guns. We'll try and keep traffic between them to a minimum, so I'll try and stockpile food over here. Maybe just rations so that that's the only thing they eat. It would annoy me if the guys decided to run all the way back to the main kitchen just to get a hot meal. Also, the game performs much better when you've just got one building task at a time. I've said that a few times now, but I get in the habit of planning ahead. And our bombing run was successful. This one's only been on 2 missions. I need to make sure that we send it out. Who's this guy? Duncan Turner needs to go on missions. He's been flying under the radar. Meanwhile, this fellow's been on 41 missions. They just literally drop what they're doing to go to lunch. And we're due for an attack tonight, guys. So you better eat quick.
Understood. Affirmative. Understood.
These guys are already hiding in the safe zone because they know what's going to go down. Dangerous supply drop. We'll send a Tempest as backup for their first mission. If there's going to be an attack, we should know about it very shortly. Our bombers are back. Yes, it is totally Snap. Does he have a moustache? Does he have a pipe? Nope, then it's not Duncan Turner. What's that game? Guess Who? We flip the cards down. A B-17 on its way to a dangerous supply drop, and we have another mission in. Ground support mission. Couple of Spitfires. They all have fuel, which is good. And it looks like no attack tonight, so it's not every Thursday. Or Friday. We've got a few aircraft away on missions. We've got three Spitfires away. A Tempest, Sterling, Boeing, B-17 and the Lancaster all out. And the Hampton too. Yeah, no. This guy. He flew under the radar yet again. Remember, pipe man with moustache and pointy nose. Uh-oh. The taxiway is full of people trying to finish the construction. Sterling is going to have to brute force its way through. Everyone's pumping water today. The tempo of the missions is picking up. Now, pipe man with moustache and pointy nose must be Duncan Turner. And because he's had no experience, he's going to need a little bit of help to make this. No, that definitely needs fuel. Let's send a Beaufighter with him. There we go. Duncan didn't get away with it this time. I need to replace that Hurricane. Let's do that. See, it went from a cargo delivery to an attack mission. Luckily, all of those aircraft do have defensive guns, so we were able to seal it. So we'll wait for an attack. Or until the end of the week, whichever comes first. Watch out, guys, you're about to get plowed over. That would be hilarious if they made that a death for your crew. They need to add that. So that way it's on you if you mess up. Yeah. If Duncan goes MIA, we know that he was a collaborator. That's why I sent a bowfighter with him too, in case he's a defector. It turns out that my identification tactics were actually really good at unmasking German spies. The moustache and the pipe were fake. Better go and find Duncan. He left first. Did our hurricane land yet? Must be coming in now. Yeah, the parting will be good, but a bit of comedy wouldn't go astray. To see the vibrant colours of the crew blood in this beautiful art style sprayed all over the props. You've got to sweep the runway every morning, or you've got a random chance that a rock will kill you or an aircraft. You want to make it a real simulation? That's not Duncan. This particular project here feels like it's taken 3 streams to complete. It's a huge drain on manpower and they never seem to get much done. And then we have to match it here. This is going to be a significant cost in steel for a hangar. How much is this going to cost us? I reckon 2,000. 2,112. And that's just the floor. So you double it again, so 4,000 for the roof. And then the walls will be pretty cheap. 64 aside. Yeah, he's not back yet. We have a recon mission here for our trusty scout plane. If it's back. There it is. It has fuel. I checked first. Yeah, no word on Duncan. He's having radio trouble, apparently. Oh, just drive out there. Why you gotta cross all the other aircraft for? Because this guy was in the way. It's got good rudder control. Good brakes. Duncan, where are you? Yay! His third ever mission. And the man with the moustache, pipe and pointy nose has returned, so Duncan is not a collaborator. Alright, here's our attack. This will be the final attack of the stream. Let's hope they don't do too much damage. As predicted, if they were to come straight down the center, they would have a perfect attack run. Every other angle should be covered. Maybe except this angle here. Through the center of our base. So yeah, let's hope they came from this direction. It's our strongest direction. No sign of the aircraft. I do like that you actually have to put the sirens in to hear it. You better get to a safety zone, my friend. Is everyone else away? This is not good. Yeah, it's fucking Duncan. He brought it back here. This direction. They're gonna get oh no, that's one of ours. We've spotted them. Oh, they've come through the center. No. Come on, you guns, get them. The Heinkels are very slow, so we've got enough time, but those BF-109s shooting through the center of the base. Pilot's barracks was going to take a bomb, but we shot it down. Alright, that was it. That was a bit risky, that one. So they've found a good attack angle from this side. Yeah, Duncan. Duncan is highly suspicious. He hasn't completed many missions, and the one we sent him on, we are attacked immediately afterwards. From the prime angle. We're going to need some radio monitoring equipment. My name is Ty. This was Ground Evasers, RAF Shepington. We completed our task for the day, which was to bring in the B-17. We have upgraded the facilities. It's looking much better. We've handled the food problem. We've thwarted a couple of attacks. If you want to see more, make sure to let me know, and I will make more. Until next time, Commander Tyrael out.